What's going on, guys? My name is Vinci. We're back with episode 4, and today we're going to be drawing a Bernini bust with pencil. So, before I get into this though, if you like what you see, if you like me, go to my website, go buy some art so I can keep doing this and I can keep creating art for you guys because I really enjoy doing this. Really enjoy being here with you guys and really making these all around. So go support. Also, like this and share it with your friends and family because that also helps get the word out. Okay, so we're just gonna get into this. New camera setup. We're fine-tuning things. It's looking good. Okay, so the first step we're gonna take is we're gonna lay our paper straight. I know it doesn't look straight, but just a 90-degree angle on my drafting table so we can get some accurate measurements. All around makes your life way easier. So we're just gonna line our paper up along with this 90-degree angle. Created by the ruler on the drafting board. Straighten you guys out a little. There we go. Second-hand piece of tape. Anything will do. We just got to keep... Oh, wow, that's really not sticky at all. Guess you can't trust a second-hand piece of tape. Okay, that's okay. We're just going to roll with it. Off to a great start, per usual. Okay, I really gotta find some tape. I'll be right back. Beautiful. We don't need a lot here. We're just trying to keep this, it secure. Once this is lined up, you clamp it down. Try not to move it at all. Now we got a semi-straight piece of paper. So I'm gonna be working solely in pencils today, so I'm gonna be moving up and down the scale at will, starting with a nice 3H pencil. There's many options, but starting off, it's always a good choice. I'm going to do a 1/2 inch border around the whole sheet of paper. This is going to give my drawing not only the ability to be framed in the future, but it's going to give it a nice professional feel. And allow me to do some other things as well. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. So now we got our measurements laid out. Now all we have to do is draw our lines, which is made easier by this ruler and the drafting table. It's really good to streamline the process. You could spend ages doing all this stuff. And it's just simple lines. Today, I'm working on a 5.5 by 8.5 piece of paper, toned brown, acid-free, archival. You already know. Now, step 2. We're going to draw diagonal lines from each corner of the paper. This first step, second step, third step, I don't know where we're at anymore, is going to give us a nice X on the center of the paper, which is helpful when you're sketching something. It's good to know where the center of the paper is. And take your time lining both ends up. It can take some time to make sure each is on the money. And when you move one side, the other side moves as well. So it's a bit of a balancing game. Now you have an X. You're a professional. You did it. Always wanted to know how to draw X's. Okay, from this X, we're gonna take our ruler. We're gonna measure from the middle on the top and the bottom of our matting. And then on each side, so let's see, let's do some measurements and see if we want to make this specific armature more complicated or less complicated. Because this is a bust study, I'm thinking I want to make it more complicated. Okay, so 7.5. This one should be 4.5. So 7.5 divided by 2 is 3.75. So if we measure 3.75, wait, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 7, 5. That's not right. That's a little bit off. Okay, 3.75 is half of the paper, so half of 3.75 is something you need a calculator for, I think. Wow. I don't even know my own password. Okay, 1.875. So we're gonna measure that each one of these areas. Which this is 1.75 and then 8.5. It's gonna be around, we're just gonna mark it there. And then we're gonna measure from the top just to double check our measurement, just to see if it's close enough. Yeah, it's right on the money. And again, we're gonna measure from the other side just to double check our measurement. We don't wanna be off really at all. And we're not. Bueno. If you're on this step, if you're catching up with me, you're doing good. You're in the right place. So now we're gonna do that same measurement on the other side. Which I could just turn this ruler in, not even have to measure it, which works too. Okay, so this side is actually 4.85. Or maybe 875 divided by 2. It's 2.43. Oh, right, that gives us the center of our paper. So half of 2.43 is 1.2. Pretty easy. This first mark I made was a little off, because when I double check it, it's off of my original measurement. Again, we're going to double check from the center. Okay, that's good. Now copy these same marks on the top, and then we can start drawing some lines. Beautiful. So from each corner of the paper, you're going to draw a line from the corner to the marks you've made. And you're going to go around the entirety of the paper until you have no lines left to draw. And this is the reason why these marks have to be so accurate, is because if they are off in the slightest, you will be able to see it in the way all of these lines connect with each other. Kind of have to be careful not to move your ruler while you're drawing too, because it's another thing that can throw it off. And I mean, even if you make a little mistake, it is only part of the background. You'll be erasing some, if not most, of this anyway. It all depends on your style. If you don't mind a few mistakes, a few errors, sometimes you can't avoid it. Don't worry about a little mess up. But you do have to make sure these lines stay tucked in this corner. I don't know if you can see it or not, but you can get them slightly askew and off from the corner. Now we're going from the bottom right corner, number 2. If you're watching this in the future, let me see you in the comments. Let me know where you're from. I want to hear from you. Or if you're drawing along with me, let me see your work on social media. I want to see you. Now the beautiful thing with this this method to starting off a drawing is you don't have to go all the way through. You can stop here, for example, like this. This is enough to get you going in the right direction on a drawing. It's enough structure to really see a good composition inside of a sketch. You don't need to go all out like I am, but I'm gonna go all out anyway because that's just what I like to do. Wow. It's easy to slip up. You gotta hold that ruler tight. Stay on target, make sure you're hitting all your measurements, because if you're not hitting your measurements with accuracy, why are you even measuring in the first place? Just skip this step entirely. If you don't have the patience to work with a ruler, that's okay. You don't need it. It's optional. Okay, this is the last line of the third corner. We're going on to the fourth. And there we go. This is the completed armature of the rectangle. I'm just going around the edge, making sure I didn't miss any lines. You just check all your measurements. If there's only one line hitting each of these measurements, you missed one. But if all of them are hit, they're hit. My reference going. When beginning a drawing, the first thing we're gonna do is we're really just gonna break this down, this entire shape, into its simple form. We're gonna break this shape down into its simplest, most basic shape. So just imagine, like, first you can imagine a rectangle around this object. No details, nothing inside. You're not working on the face. You're not working on anything other than just basic angles. So like you'd hit maybe this one first. And you'd hit like here. You'd go just connecting the edges of your shape. You could even take into consideration the shadows too if you wanted. I'm gonna cut this really quick. Going through the basic outline. And this also helps a lot if your reference photo is the same size as your drawing you're working on. So you can, like, site size, you can take measurements directly from your reference photo, and you're not worrying about scale or proportion, or things can get mixed up easily. So I am actually gonna lock my reference photo in with tape just so it doesn't move, so I can take some measurements from it. Make sure everything is accurate. We're not drawing anything where it's not supposed to be. So especially when you're working with these masterwork studies, these Berninis, all these old artworks, you don't want to change too much unless that's the direction you're headed for. Like if you want to make something completely new, like you can go ahead. You don't have to take each thing I say to heart. You just gotta pick your direction, and the direction we're going in with this drawing is a study. So this is essentially just replicating the work of art, studying a great master of history, so we can learn and better ourselves and our crafts, our drawings, our skills, whatever your end goal is. Make sure you define it before you start working, or don't. It's always good to have a direction, a target, a place you're going where there's an end goal. Because if there's not an end goal, there's no real outcome or direction you're reaching for, and you can often get lost in the weirdness of whatever the fuck you're doing. So we know the center of our paper, so this is really easy to line up where the bottom and where the center is. And take this ruler, go to the top of the head. Top of the hair is A little bit on the right side of the paper. That's the highest point of this perspective we're looking at. And we have this angle coming off the side of the head. Don't think about it too much, just make broad gestures, make broad strokes. This is all easily fixed, easily changed. So don't worry about something slightly off. This is the stage to mess things up. This is the place to make mistakes. Now we're gonna go from the side of the hair, side of the head, back of the head, down to the shoulder, top left shoulder. And a lot of the times when you're moving through these basic shapes of an outline, you'll find, especially in an old master's work, you'll find that the lines they'll what's the word for it? They'll synchronize with this armature that you have laid out. Because a lot of these guys are working with sacred geometry. They know about these ratios. They know about the gestures and the flows. And they worked with this specific thing itself. So this makes your life easier. It is kind of a pain in the ass to lay the whole thing out, especially if you've never done it before. It can be a bit of a new thing to learn. So we're gonna take our ruler. We're gonna get some more measurements from this reference photo we're taking. And the one specifically that I am looking for is the top of the shoulder. So maybe a little higher. We'll go to the side of the face, top of the shoulder. And again, we're gonna use very basic shapes, and we're just gonna essentially guess. Maybe it's good to measure the bottom side of it too. As you can see, the lines I initially made were way off where it actually was. So we have the bottom of the chest piece here. Fuck yeah. Now we have this pedestal. That was unexpected. It's funky. Everything, all the music I've been using, straight from T-Pain, so if it gets weird, go yell at him on Twitter or something. I like it though. It's pretty good for what I'm doing right now. Keeps this fun, keeps it entertaining. I don't want this to be, it is kind of like you're sitting in a class, but it's not like you're sitting in a class. Like, you're making art right now. art class was never really as boring as the rest of school was. We're trying to keep it fun. We're not trying to make this a collegiate class. Not yet anyway. I might do some of those in the future, but I'm doing the same thing you guys are doing right now. I'm learning, I'm growing, and I'm seeing where it takes me. Now we got the bottom of the beard right here. Measured from the paper. And we're gonna start outlining this head. The only thing I'm looking for is angles, really. I'm just trying to keep this the same fluid movement of this bust that Bernini has made. There's certain like movements of the head, your neck the anatomy of your neck, all the stuff inside of your body that's covered up by skin. It creates flows when you look at it from certain angles, or when it's adjusted in a certain way. It can create a specific emotion. It can create a specific feel. And along with studying this piece, I'm really just trying to I'm trying to get that feel. We're trying to capture the emotion of the original piece. And to be honest, I really don't know pretty much anything about this specific sculpture. I usually wait till after to do my research. I know I have information on it just right on my computer, but I can't be bothered. I just want to get it in my sketchbook right away, get it laid out. Worry about learning about it later. That's when everyone philosophizes and they try to bring meaning into your art after the fact by looking at it, but it's all kind of irrelevant, to be honest. And that's why I never really liked the critique part of art class. They always try to like bring something to the art that isn't there. It just becomes politics. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to make something cool. I'm trying to develop my skills. I'm trying to make my tools as sharp and as crafty as they can be. And I feel like I don't progress if I am immersed with politics with other people, especially in a very like public environment, at an art show or whatever you're doing. Like when people get to talking about art, it really is like 90% bullshit. Nobody really knows what the art means except for the artist himself, and 90% of the time he's not gonna say anything. It's just gonna be a little plaque with the name, the size, and the medium. That's it. You don't really need anything else. They can figure out what it means. It's all there. All the secrets of history, they're all just hidden in the art. Just gotta look for them and to know what to look for. And if you don't, it's just, you look at it and you could be staring the meaning of life right in the eyes, and you just look away because you just don't know. So these measurements that were taken off of this reference photo, these same measurements can be used to pinpoint other details, other artifacts that you're looking for, to really fine tune any mistakes that you've made inside of your drawing. Like as you can see, this is the top of the shoulder, right where it dips down, comes back up. I got the dip right, but I didn't perfectly get it shaped, and that's okay. If you're watching this right now and you have ideas, you're thinking about the future, what should I draw next? What do you want to see next? I want to hear it from you. I want you to be an active viewer, because there's going to be like 20 views on this for like a while. So I want your input. I want to hear what you think. If I say something and it resonates, or it does not resonate, let me know. I want this to be an interactive experience. We're gonna get some people in here. We're gonna get this live show popping. We're gonna get some guests. We're gonna do all sorts of things. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We just gotta keep you guys engaged, keep you up to date. And on top of that, I'm gonna create a consistent schedule, so I'm not just doing this at random times every day. And I'm still ironing out all the kinks, so like over the past week I've been working out, just getting it set up. Like I had the first 3 streams and they went off pretty much without a hitch, pretty good. Then I tried to stream again and I just couldn't do it. There's just issues, there's problems. It's all a learning process. And that's what makes it even more satisfying when you get things worked out. It's because those problems are not easy to solve, especially inside drawings or whatever problems you're solving. Like, shit is difficult. There's nothing in life that's like not difficult. Everything is difficult. And when you solve those difficult problems, that's when you create something worthwhile. That's when you create something memorable. Even if it's just memorable for you, that's enough. It doesn't need to be memorable for everybody else. And if you want to take this reference photo, you can move it so that it's either top or bottom, so that you can take vertical measurements on these different lines inside of your drawing, so you can get even more precise. You can get your statue, your sculpture laid out that much better. And you might be saying, why don't I just trace this? You could. You definitely could. It would be quick, it would be easy. But the thing with tracing is you don't always get that like raw technical skill building that you would have gotten if you would have just drawn it from scratch. Like, yeah, I'm taking measurements. Yeah, you're working out the proportions, but that's just basic problem solving needed to learn how to draw. But if you're impatient, I would say just trace it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. So many professional artists are out here just tracing. Like, I see this big company and they only do traced portraits, like family portraits, and it's nothing wrong with it. It's not my cup of tea, but there's nothing wrong with it. Right. So we're going back to the head. Haven't gotten too much of it laid out. I've been keeping it pretty broad. Pretty broad, pretty general. You gotta take it slow, because it's easy at this stage specifically to start working on facial details, start working on the nose, you get all the fucking beard and the mouth details and lines and different little things going on. It's easy to start doing that stuff right here. But we're still working out the flow. We're still creating this basic outline, and we may be adding certain lines inside of the sculpture, but I'm adding those lines to better inform some of these outside areas. It's just important to not get caught up in a lot of detail yet. You can do it later, but do it when you have some direction, some focus. So all this stuff I'm laying down right now, it's very messy. This stuff is not clean, it's not precise, it doesn't look good. But that is precisely why I am doing it now. It's because once I finish this stage, I'm gonna erase everything inside. All these lines from the armature, all the lines that maybe weren't perfect, maybe they were off from where they should have been. All of those, even some of the gesture marks, they're just gonna disappear into the drawing, because a lot of this is detail anyway. It's hair, it's skin, it's whatever it may be. And it's gonna get drawn over and drawn over again. So if you spend all this time working through details, your pencil, pen, whatever you're using, it creates an impression on the paper. So if you create a mark and it's not where it's supposed to be, it can still show after you erase it. So you're doing a balancing act. You're walking a tightrope. Now I'm going over to the reference photo and I'm just looking for the center. Right in the middle of this sculpture. So that I can go over here and place this eye socket maybe. Which it looks like fall right about there. Who knows? Could be different. Could change. You never know. Nothing is really set in stone until you set it into stone. Which sounds like a big task, but it happens faster than you think it would. place a mark on the paper just so we can move. I'm going to move the reference paper. I'm going to take some more measurements, and then I may or may not move it back. But I want to make sure I got the angles on this face correctly placed. I want to make sure everything is kosher. And to do that, I mean, you just gotta spend the time to work out these details, because you can definitely rush. You can rush through a piece, you can get to completion quick. Pretty much always, but there's this Japanese, I think he's like a teapot maker. He makes clay objects on TikTok. And for one of the videos, one of his statements was, as you begin, you can't lose sight of the original purity that you are searching for when you are creating a work of art. So you can get impatient, you can lose control and rush to finish something, or even just not spend enough time on developing it. But then you've lost that original goal you had of developing a study or whatever your intention was when you begun. As you can see, this is the original marks I made. It's off. First marks you make are going to be off 90% of the time. And your job is to figure out if your marks are correct or incorrectly placed. I chose this method for drawing because finding the imperfections can be easier if you have a guide. This side is pretty much perfect, right on the money. So, I'm gonna go from the top of the head. We're gonna take a measurement from the furthest side of the hair over here, and then this comes in at an angle and blends into the shoulder. So, as you can see, this is where I was drawing the head before. It's not off by a lot, but I mean, especially when you're working on a portrait, small, tiny incremental measurements, if they're incorrect, it'll throw the whole thing off. I guess that really wasn't too far off, but you gotta double check it anyway, because like I said, it'll throw the whole piece off if something is weird. Especially if it's a proportion on key aspects in the face, like the eyes or the nose or cheekbones, or like even your temple. Or if something's weird, you see it. It's like when you're playing a video game and the character is all video gamey. It's the uncanny valley. Happens in art too. But the good part about it is you are not limited by technology, in the sense that you can pass that uncanny valley easier than if you were working in another medium like animation or a video game, for example, where passing that valley is much more difficult because you got moving parts, you got different pieces, sound effects. I don't know anything about that. Another great example. So, measuring from the side of the head. Wow. This is new for me. We got the reference photo. We got the camera flipping the drawing. And then it flips the reference photo, so everyone can see it more accurately now, which is beautiful. It's what we're looking for. Okay, now it should be a little easier to understand what I'm saying. Okay, so we got the side of the head, side of the hair, right? We drew that shape we had in the beginning, and I'm a whole quarter of the inch off. Which I would have left that, and I would have gone with those marks. This whole thing would have been goofy, and we don't want a goofy drawing. You gotta pay respect to the masters. Gotta put in the time. There's no other way around it. Because the only way you know how to do art is if you just sit down and you figure out how to do it. Nobody's gonna teach you. You can be in an art class, you can be with the best teachers in the world, but if you don't sit down and put in the work, you're no better than a child with a marker. Some people do that though. Some people are children with markers as professional artists. That's real life. People don't like to accept that. I didn't like to accept that either for a very long time. But if somebody can make... I've seen a guy make $7,000 a painting off of what were essentially crayon scribbles. Terrible portraits that look like children's drawings. Like you wouldn't even hang it on your fridge. It was so bad. Like if it was your kids and they did it, and it was that bad that you just wouldn't. You would just say no. Just put it in the drawer. But it's good. It's good that that happens in art, because people can make money off of terrible art. You can make money off of way cooler things. So I've gotten my basic shape laid out pretty good, so I'm gonna move forward and start laying out some shadows, some different elements inside of this shape. But again, we're not getting too crazy into detail yet. We're still just laying things out, finding the lay of the land, and really just absorbing this reference photo. Because when you find something you like and you draw it, you can be looking at it for hours. You can be looking at it for a very long time, and you can still not see it correctly. You can still see it inaccurately if you're not paying attention. It really takes just time looking, picking apart each detail, each little thing inside of a reference photo, and that's why I call it a study, because you're literally just studying it, and it's boring and it takes a long time, but that's why we do it. We do it because most people are not doing it. Guess maybe it would be a good time to erase. So we know most of this is generally in the correct area. Might be a little off, but as I give you these steps to create a drawing, you can move through them back and forth. It doesn't have to be a step 1, step 2, step 3 process. You can go from like the basic shape to a refined outline, and then to developing a 3D form in a non-linear way. You can work on your outline as you're developing details. Like you can correct certain things, especially if there are mistakes. Like you don't have to go step 1, step 2, step 3 just linearly, like a perfect straight line. Like it, you'll often find you just move through them fluidly. I feel like that's why a lot of people struggle with art, is because they take everything on all at once. They take on all the problems at once. They try to just solve the puzzle in one fell swoop, and it just doesn't work. But in reality, it's like a complex math equation, and you have to find all of the little nuances. You have to find your mistakes. You have to see it accurately. You have to know when there are not mistakes. It's like maybe you lay a line down and it's perfectly where it's supposed to be, but maybe you're like a little insecure or something, so you erase it because you're scared of how it looks, or if other people are watching, or it's little things like that. It's always a little rough when it's in progress, and that's okay. That is why it is in progress, because you are making changes, you are making adjustments, you are learning as the seconds pass. So we have pretty much most of our marks erased. And we're gonna go back over this outline, and we're gonna refine it even more. So starting at the bottom, we're just gonna build out some shapes. And even here, you're still really only guessing, because that's the best thing you have at your disposal, is just making an educated guess, and then relating that educated guess to a mark you've made that is measured, and seeing, is it accurate, is it not accurate? And if you learn how to do that, you can just draw anything. By far, that is one of the toughest tasks in art, is just seeing correctly, seeing what is actually there. So I'm going around the outside edges of the hair, and I'm not too worried about it. Like these lines may or may not be correct. I don't know if you saw, but in one of the previous videos I did, previous live streams, it was a portrait of the girl, and going back and watching it over and over again from like the fast preview, I redraw the hair like 3 or 4 times before I get it to a place where it was correct, or even maybe it just looked good. So the drawing process is really just a state of just discovery and then rediscovery, repeat to infinity until you've worked it out. One thing I have not drawn yet is the platform that this sculpture is sitting on. Can be it can be janky because it's not perfectly aligned perspectively to create like an aesthetically looking like square, let's say. So I think we're gonna cheat a little bit. I think we're gonna cheat just to make this square aligned with perspective, so it just looks a little better. And it helps that these armature lines are here, because these often make great perspective lines, and you can just ride them perfectly. It may look a little weird because the perspective this photo is taken from is not aligned, but that's okay. You have to make some changes. executive decisions. Is everything running okay? Hope you guys can hear me. Let's test the stream just to see. I'm live recording this, but I'm not actually live on YouTube, but I said it in the future, which is not good. Okay, let's change it to now so that we are actually live. I'm new, okay? You can't judge me. Professional streamer here. Okay, that should solve my problem. Just wondering why there's 0 people in here. Oh, okay. Here we have the edge of the face, the orbital bone wrapping around the eye, and then coming up to the forehead. We have a shadow created by the hair, right under the hair. We don't have to worry about it too much. Shadows don't show a lot of detail inside of them. So you can keep your shadows pretty broad, pretty general. Now I'm looking for the angle on the opposite side of the face. Lining the angle of the head, the whole head, and the hair, the beard, all of those things run across this line. So this is one thing that should be pretty close to accurate. Now the face, the beard, the hair. This is really the focus of the portrait. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna outline it. Basically, keeping it complex, keeping it basic, keeping it broad. And soft, because you never know which lines are going to be off. Like, I can already see this is off. Bring it in a touch. Exclude the mistaken marks. And we're moving. I'm going to take a few more measurements just to make sure everything is accurate, and I'm going to move my reference photo back up because there's some specific things I want to take care of. And while I'm at it, I might as well draw a line, the center line, on my reference photo. So that is also a helpful reference point. Okay, I'm pretty happy with all of that. Maybe I could take the nose measurement. Shit. Just basic. So we know that our drawing lines up with specific marks on the paper, and I've made a straight line that I can line up and replace this with minimal effort. It's pretty important to take steps to not change your reference photo too much. Or by not change, I mean if you move it around, your measurements will change, and if your measurements change, your whole drawing will change, and then all of a sudden you're in a art nightmare and nothing is going your way. Okay, let's double check. Everything looks good. I'm going to mark the bottom of the lip. I'm going to mark the bottom of the nose. And then his eye creates this perfect triangle in his eye socket, and we're gonna mark the bottom of that as well. Along with the top of the eye socket. We're not gonna worry too much about the side of the face that is receding, because it's in shadow and it's receding into the shadow, so it's fading away. You don't have a lot of detail there. You can mark it out broadly, but you know, you can make mistakes in those kind of areas occasionally. So we got some proportions laid out. We got our outline in. After we refine our outline, the next thing we're gonna do is draw on the inside, creating shape, shadow, form, shading, where the magic happens. So starting off, we got the bottom edge of this lip here, and this is just the lowest point that it hits, and we know this face is at an angle, so it's gonna come up kind of like this. And then the beard, mustache, it's gonna hang over. Creating a nice mouth-looking shape. Beards are really nice to draw because they give you a nice template to fill in these proportions. Like the beard really just lines up perfectly with the bottom of the nose. Drawing this nose, I'm taking steps to make sure I know I said drawing on the inside was the next step, but I kind of consider it part of the outline because the face has lines in it, your eyes have lines, your nose creates lines, your mouth is a line, your jawline, all of these create lines, and while they may be on the inside of the shape, whatever shape you're drawing, they still create these forms. So I usually lump them in with step 2 without getting carried away with detail too much. So we have this center line right here, and then we have the bottom of our perfect little triangle that is the eye socket being laid right here. So we can make some educated guesses where those lines will fall. And I think that's general enough to give us an idea. Not trying to go too crazy, like I said. Keeping it basic. Still. Laying out basic shapes. Not worried about the outcome. Not worried about the future. Only thing we're worrying about is the specific line or lines that we are creating at the moment. And I like to take a second to focus on the proportions in this stage because I feel like that's the foundation to your house. That is the most important step of in a portrait like this, and you gotta take the time to make sure it's right. And if I wait too long to work on them, I usually rush and it gets into a whole rat race of a problem trying to refine these things in the later stages of a drawing. So I just like to have them laid out early on. Doesn't look like much, but it's something. We're moving. And I've been saving this pedestal, this little stand here, really because I've been wanting to stay inside of this stage of the drawing, to develop details, to work out things, and to keep the original purity, the original goal that we set out for. And sometimes I will leave a specific area unfinished or just lacking. There are other more important things that need to be worked out because before you can move on to the next stage. So with the basic outline of that pedestal laid out and our outline looking not terrible, not great. We can clean up some marks and then draw on the inside. And by draw on the inside, we're actually going to work out some of these shadows. We're going to lay the architecture of this form. And this is going to be the stuff that really makes your drawing, your work of art, pop out of the page. Because we are working on a 2D surface, creating a 3D object. And 3D objects carry mass, they carry weight, size, and space through time. So you have to replicate that on a piece of paper. And that is why we go through this whole process. We don't skip any steps. We don't get lazy. We just keep moving. And as we keep moving, I am going to put a glove on. Because as I further develop this painting and keep moving, my hand's going to be on this paper. Hand's going to be adding grease and smudges and smears all over this paper. So we're going to ensure that the final outcome and product of this artwork does not have hand grease all over it. It doesn't look good. It's not pretty. It's not cute. It just kind of feels messy. And then you can touch whatever you want. So here we have the top of this mustache. As you can see, my first lines were quite a ways off, and they needed to be redrawn. Maybe that one was a little ways off too, but come here. Can you come here? Come here. My cat decided he does not want to say hi. Despite his pleas. And we're taking some focus in on this face before I start to develop all of the minor details in the hair, in the chest, the shoulders. We're gonna focus on the face here for a moment. We have this basic triangle eye socket, mostly in shadow, so it's not, you're not going to see a whole lot of detail inside, but there is an eyeball in there. And you don't want to forget it. There's an eye socket, an eyebrow. All of this is going to be very subtle inside of this shadow. So a lot of it's going to blend together, and maybe you might not even know it's there in the finished drawing, but you know, it's worth laying out the architecture, because the subtle things add a lot. add a lot of, you add some subtle details, you put in some nice soft shadows, and all of a sudden you have a masterpiece. Who knows? So right above the eyebrow, where the shadow ends, there's a soft indent, forehead wrinkle. Going off to each side, and some basic shadows right in the middle of the forehead too. He's helping form this shadow right on the top of the forehead, because there's got to be space for everything. If you place this first little wrinkle and then you try to place the second and then there's no room, you fucked up. Gotta give space for everything to allow its form to come through. Or edit some things out. That's okay too. Whatever you're feeling. Going next song. Next song on him. I can't do singing too much. There's like one or two good songs in here, but it's a limit. Especially when I'm talking, I can't do too much vocals. Instrumentals play nicely into what I'm doing. Plus, it's not too intrusive. So I'm feeling good about the face and where it's at, where things are placed. So we're gonna continue. We're gonna start working out some of these details, some of these flows and forms inside of the hair. And I'm gonna reiterate at least a lot more times. Your accuracy can be judged later. Make an educated guess, get your marks laid down, and see if they're correct after. Make your measurements after they're on paper. Don't think about it too much. You'll overthink yourself to death if you worry about every little precise, minute detail. barking at me. T-Pain, stop barking. That's better. And the first pass I did throughout the outline was I laid out some of these bumps in the hair. This gives me a good starting point to begin to add layers inside of this hair. So there are pretty complex shapes, and to depict them accurately, you have to break them down into a simpler form, simpler idea, a more basic shape. Because like I said, if you try to draw every strand, if you try to do every tiny little 1080, 4K, 1090p, if you go all out and do these tiny details, you will drive yourself mad. You will end up in the loony bin, and who knows, you could create your own starry night. But that is not where I am trying to end up. I am happy here on YouTube, and I'm feeling pretty sane. At least right now anyway. But as you can see, these lines still are not clean, not precise. Hell, they're probably not even too accurate. But all I'm worrying about is the form, the feeling, the curliness, basic shapes. And we can look to what we've already drawn, like this eye socket, the eyebrow, and we can take it out to the edge of the hair. Like we can say, hey, this strand of hair right here lines up perfectly, so it must be right here. And now from this strand of hair, we know this is placed fairly accurately, so we can look to the one next to it, the one above it, that is still not placed, and we can say, hey, this one is probably close to right here, and it just fades into the one above it. Pretty simple. And these Renaissance work of art, they have their iconic, their classic spiral, flowing, beautiful hair. And I think if you capture that, it will look amazing. And if you get it wrong, I feel like it takes away from the piece you are trying to create. And we're not trying to create a copy. We're not trying to create an inferior work of art, which it may end up being anyway, because this is a master. This is a great artist of history, and you can't always compare yourself to a great master. But with that being said, you still don't want to degrade the quality. You're looking to bump up your quality. You're not looking to you're not looking to go down, making it worse. So we have this strand of hair that was lined up, placed in the general area, so we can look right below it, and there's this core shadow that marks the edge of the head and the cheekbone, which is an important landmark for us to use, because that's the edge of the face. That's where it disappears into the side of the head and behind the skull, so we don't want that to be lost, because there's a lot of detail and it's not exactly a straight line from side of the head as you would imagine or hope it would be. And this also gives us the top of the beard that we can continue to flow into when we get there. Froze. We still live? We are 2 hours in. Feeling good, probably like 1 hour, 40 minutes in, but you know, we're cooking it. Leading into some of these bigger, larger, and flowy strands of the hair down at the bottom. This will be the largest ones we do, and you don't want there to be an unevenness in flow. Like if you make a line and you make it halfway and there's jagged areas that aren't exactly part of the flow, or they don't exactly flow with how the hair would be, it will throw things off. So we're just trying to keep it within rhythm, or just close enough. So now we have these marks from the hair leading into the beard. This will inform certain elements as we begin to develop this highlighted part of the beard. Working through this, you just know everything is supposed to flow together. Everything connects with its neighbor or the adjacent structure. So we can use that knowledge to build these shapes and not worry about if it's off. Because if it's off, we can see it, we can judge that, hey, maybe this little strand is bigger or smaller, or whatever the answer may be. Everything is connected. Especially when you're working with hair. These lines I'm making will all disappear into the shading that I do in the next step, so your mistakes really mean nothing. Well, they do mean something if you're far off, but I am feeling pretty good with the marks that are being laid down on paper right now. With this strand I am currently making, this marks the very bottom of the beard. And as you can see with the center line I drew earlier, this lines up perfectly with the reference photo, so I know we are headed in the right direction. If it was off, or maybe it didn't line up with other elements, this is the reason we do all these measurements, is because they make the final product that much better. Now we're developing into the shadow, and we're gonna lose a lot of this into nothingness because it'll be dark. Now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna refine the mustache, the beard a little bit, because this is the outline of the mouth and I want that to be spot on. I don't want it to draw your attention to an area that does not necessarily need attention. Because if you go through and you detail all this shadow area, if you really refine it and make it perfect to how it would look in real life, and you add all this shading and detail, and you really go over the top, it'll look off. Because, like, imagine when your lights are off. Imagine when you turn a light switch off, you lose a light, And light reflecting off of objects is how you see them. So it's reflected off an object into your eye. And that's the reason why you can see it, is because of these light particles. And when you turn the lights off, there is a lack of these light particles. And in turn, there's a lack of detail that you can see. So inside of these shadows is gonna recede into the background. It's gonna recede into the darkness where there's not a whole lot of detail. If you add a whole bunch of detail, you're drawing attention to the area, which is an unfortunate mistake, because you want to, when you're creating a work of art, you want to leave everything that you can blank. Everything. Leave the whole background blank, essentially. No details, just make it dark, and then highly refine just the beard, the hair. You want to focus the attention right in the areas where you think attention should be drawn to. And with that being said, most of this beard is pretty complete, semi-complete. And we can move on to the shoulder, the chest, these anatomical fluctuations in shape and shadow. Here in this shoulder, right where this little triangle is, this is where your collarbone connects to your shoulder. And this draws right down into the nape of your neck. And these create some beautiful flows and framing around your face. Inside of your neck, you have some really insanely, what's the word, tuned? You have beautiful anatomy inside of your neck. You have all these different ligaments and bones in your spine, and everything connects in a way that's highly designed. As you can see, up until this point, I've made a conscious effort to leave no shading, or to make no shading marks. We're strictly moving through lines. And even when you're developing these shadow shapes, you don't want to make crazy harsh lines. Even if you are working with a core shadow. Because even core shadows can be soft and gradient. And if you go through and make a bunch of lines here, that can be a mistake and bite you in the ass later. go through and try to shade an area where you put a bunch of effort and detail into. All your lines will show through. All your mistakes, everything you maybe did not intend to leave in the final drawing, they will come forward. And that's when you try to fix them and you do more shading, and that's when you fuck it up even more. So the simpler you can make something, the better it is going to be. And that is especially true when it comes to shading. Now, right under this sculpture, we have a big core shadow. And this core shadow is important because this is what is going to give the entire statue weight and depth. Because big, heavy things have dark, heavy shadow underneath them. Wonderful. So right now we're in a place where our outline is done. We have drawn on the inside. We have laid out shapes, shadows, different architectural landscapes of this particular sculpture. Now, the only thing left is to refine this outline as much as possible, and then we're gonna start shading. We're gonna draw on the inside, create some core shadows, make some dark, heavy marks, lay in the background, all of that. And it can be easy to get ahead of yourself because you want to be finished. You want to have that masterpiece in your hands, done, created by you. And you want to get to that point now. But you gotta take it one step at a time. You gotta move slowly, you gotta move methodically, you gotta build. My overhead camera froze. I didn't even notice that. Let's see. Can I refresh it? At least the face cam's still working. Well, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna try to fix the camera. I will be back shortly. mind the disturbance. Okay. We are back. I think our issue is fixed and we can continue working on this drawing, developing a work of art. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you being here every step of the way. I hope you're taking notes. I hope you're drawing along with me. This entire time up until this point, I've done everything with a 3H. Maybe not advisable, but that's how far you can take one pencil. And I have a whole bunch of them. So you can move through a whole scale with each pencil and take each one to its limits inside of a drawing, and you can really go far. So right now, I'm hyped to have my camera back working. Feels good, feels great. I like when things go as planned. It's ideal. Now we're gonna erase some more of these armature lines, as this platform is solid, it's physical, it's gonna be highlights. So it's gonna come forward towards the viewer. It's the closest thing to the viewer. So we're gonna remove these. They were helpful while they lasted. But we are going to remove them without taking away too much of our sketch. And it's okay if there's still some left. They were done with a 3H pencil, so it's light. It's gonna be subtle in the grand scheme of things anyway. Just notice this one specific line carried through the whole thing. Actually, a couple of them. That's okay, because we're gonna go over this hair very softly. We're gonna lighten it up. Take away the marks that are so soft and sketchy. Even in the face a little bit too. Feels a little better when the lines aren't so harsh. So now I have an F. I usually jump around one or two pencils, so I'll go from like 3H to, hey, there's an ant on my table. I'm just gonna leave him be. We're going to go over our outline a touch, recovering some lost lines, adding a little bit of a character to some of the lines we laid down. Maybe there's some gestures we didn't include in the original sketch. I think the next thing we are going to do is fill in this background. So we're gonna pick a section. This one feels like a good place to start, and we're gonna cover this entire space. Everything that is not the statue or the platform, we're gonna just lightly, maybe even a little quickly shade it in. We don't want to use the full contrast of the pencil we're using. We're just blocking things in. This stage right here, this is a lot like creating a painting. So you're just laying in blocks of tones and color. And because we've taken all this time to lay out our sketch so nicely and neatly, your paper is essentially a coloring book, and you have to draw within the lines gracefully. And then, after we fill all this in, we can take the same pencil and we can do the same thing with all of the shadows inside of this form, sending them back into the background like we talked about earlier. While you're doing this, while you're filling it in, it's good to change the marks you make, add variation so it's all mysterious darkness, no definitive shapes. There might be a table or a block of a darker shade in a certain area, or maybe you can use this armature and you can fill in specific shapes with lighter or darker tones and specific ones to create a nice even pattern, or shaded pattern, I mean. But we're just looking to cover the surface smoothly. I think, did we reach the end of our playlist? No. It's important to take the time to really just develop areas that are missing the graphite. So if you go over an area quickly, there's a chance there's small little patches that are not filled in. If you just go over them lightly. In the sculpture in the reference photo, it's in a glass box, but I think we can all agree that that's excluded to the sculpture's benefit. Or if you're feeling adventurous, you know, add a glass box. Make some nice white highlights. Could be cool. That's my answer to everything. When people are shooting me ideas like, hey, you should draw this. That could be cool. Like, hey, you should draw the Mona Lisa. Like, hey, yeah, that could be cool. And then in my head, I'm like, no. Nice. So the surface is covered. Generally, we're just gonna clean up a few loose ends before we continue on. Maybe areas next to hair. We refine the outline a little bit once with a darker pencil, but we'll get to that. Good. So let's go into some of these core shadows. We're gonna start with this base. And even here, we're not gonna go as dark as we can go. Just fill it in. That's all we care about. At least at this stage. Like I said, even now is not the time for all the detail in the world. We're still keeping it broad. We're still keeping it general. We're not worried about crazy details even now, even after our outline is done. You can really refine everything right after this stage. So you lay all this in, get all your details in on paper, and then you go through, you find your shadows throughout your piece. You find the forms. And as you do that, you can make decisions on details, and then you can begin to bring some of these things to life with the shading, with the way things fit together. Because this is when everything starts to kind of connect. Like I said earlier, everything is connected. So all the lines you make, they're all going to blend together. All the shading is going to merge everything you've done up until this point into one cohesive image, instead of a series of roughly drawn lines. And then, after we lay in all the shadows, we're going to come in with white charcoal, and we're gonna lay in all the highlights. And this is gonna bring all of the highlights forward. It's gonna bring the statue toward the viewer in place, so it feels like a physical object, like it's sitting right in front of you. You know, I turned on the live stream and I never even checked if it was actually live. Okay, let's see. Oh no. Okay, I guess everyone is going to be watching this in the future. Do a stream highlights, cut out all the boring parts. Or just or just leave up the live stream. Okay. Now we're laying out details inside this pedestal. We're going to outline some shadows and then fill them in. And in this step, it's good to choose one small area. I'm going to choose a small piece, and I think I am going to choose this bottom square right at the bottom of the paper, and we're going to refine it to completion. So we're essentially going to finish this area of the drawing. We're going to create full shadows, as dark as they can be. We're going to blend it. We're going to do everything to completion, so we can see what the full scale looks like before we complete the drawing. Because everything we've done up into this point has been incremental improvements to get the drawing stable, essentially. All of this effort has come to a point where we can begin to detail everything. We can begin to move through all these complex, small, detailed structures within this drawing. And refine them until completion. And from here, we can move to develop the complete drawing. And this isn't the only way. I mean, people will draw something and they'll detail it from the very beginning, and they'll do this from the very start. But when you do that, I've found it's easier to make catastrophic mistakes within your artwork. But I mean, if you got a handle on your skills, you could really complete that development from the beginning. It's like a tattoo. You're essentially laying it in stone, working like that. And any mistakes you make aren't typically too reversible. It's all a balancing game. You just gotta find what works for you, and what works for somebody else may not work for you. So everything I recommend is only suggestion. Even when I say it's law, it's still only suggestion. These videos are meant to be mostly entertainment. And if you learn how to draw from it, good. I hope you draw for the rest of your life. Now we're gonna hit a 2B that needs to be sharpened. We're gonna hit a 2B pencil and darken some of these core shadows. Because the core shadows are the darkest part and they blend into the midtones, and the midtones blend into the highlights. So we have this core shadow right here on this round little pedestal, and this blends to a midtone, and then there's a small highlight along the bottom of this thing. So we want to keep that area relatively softer. Then right below it, we have this circle coming around front here, and this is all pretty dark. But it does have a ridge. That you have to be mindful of. And all of this current little area is nowhere near the highlight, so it's going to be neutral and or dark. Even though there are some reflected lights in the area. And coming off, we have a shadow that wraps around the edge onto the table. That extends over here too. So we're just gonna blend that out smoothly while being mindful of this little reflected light that's coming from the highlight on the base that it's sitting on. So we can go pretty dark right above it and to its side. We just want to make sure that that area is taken care of because it will create some form throughout the shape. And then we're going to work the core shadow from here onto the flat surface of the table. And we don't want too much variation in between these two different things, so they're going to blend together. That's going to make this little, not a highlight, it's a neutral tone down here, but it's going to stick out because of the dark tones around it. And then the outer, slightly lighter shadow is going to be blended into that. And we are slowly, ever so slowly, moving in the right direction. Where are we? Hour 3. Making pretty good time. I was expecting to spend a good amount of time on this. But I think we're gonna shoot for 3.5, maybe 4 hours. I think is a good landmark. Gives us some space to detail the rest of this. Fine tune some details. Get all the highlights worked out. And then, only then, that is when you will get to your desired masterpiece that you're looking for. So we're gonna take this bottom little section to completion by adding white charcoal. And I want to be careful around the edges of the matted paper because it will look good if that's a sharp white edge right there. As you may or may not know, galleries have the specific clean white museum feel to them. And you can achieve that look by being mindful of the marks you make. And just making sure it's as clean as it can be. there's some variation within this shade headed towards the back of this pedestal. So we're just going to go ever so slightly lighter. But the thing with this charcoal is it is super soft. So you brush over it once with a paintbrush and it'll be significantly lighter. So we can worry about that gradient later. I just blew that right on my computer. Nice. So this section was simply created with 2 shades of pencil and white charcoal. You can create a lot of depth with not a lot of effort. I want to go over the background one more time and we're going to darken it up. And I'm just being careful with this charcoal because of how easy it will smear, and it does not blend with graphite pretty much at all, so you gotta keep it in its area. But the soft glow that it gives after it's brushed, it's pretty spectacular. You can create some amazing effects with it. And that's why I use it a lot of times in pretty much all of my drawings, especially on the toned paper, is it adds a complete new depth to a portrait or whatever you're working on. So we're going to come back through with the same F that we used in the first layer, and we're going to darken it ever so slightly. But we do that by adding essentially the same amount of pressure we used when laying down the first layer. This is just one step that we have to take particular care with, because this will set our whole statue apart from the rest of the background. And you want it to be very yin and yang, 2 completely separate elements. You don't want it to be gray necessarily, or even fully black. You want it to be slightly off black, but dark enough to feel like an empty void. Patience is king. Patience is king all the time, especially in this phase, because you can be filling in, smoothing out, perfecting a soft lay-in with this graphite, and it could really take years. It could take such a long time, but we're moving with time. It's good to have a finish, an end goal, so you don't spend 10,000 hours on a Bernini study. But still, we're paying respect to the masters. We're giving it its due. But don't forget about the deadlines. Everything must come to an end. You don't have complete control over the outcome. You just have to do what you can with what you have, and you have to accept whatever comes from it. And if you did your best, I mean, that's all you can do. Another reason I spend so much time on a seemingly detail-less part of the artwork is I'm looking to create striking imagery. I'm looking to create something that you can look at even from a faraway distance and recognize that it's a striking and interesting image. And to do that, you kind of just gotta take the time to build up your shadows, your form, your shape, the contrast. All these elements play an important factor, including composition. So if you just take all those things, you spend a lot of time on each of them, by the end of the process, you will be exactly where you need to be. Everything will be taken care of, and there will be nothing left for you to do. As you can see, shapes are separating themselves, sculpture from the background. Everything is clearly visible and organized. And things are starting to take shape ever so slowly. That could easily use multiple more layers, but I cannot be bothered for the moment. I want to continue working through. And to do that, I'm going to develop this outline at least around the shaded part of the hair. And that will give me a good starting place for when I come back to darken everything behind. Because the outline will just blend into the blackness. You won't even see it. Keep your pencil sharp and your eyes sharper. And we will move up into the chest. And look for variations inside of what would be his rib cage. And we're just gonna block it in. Same as the background, same as the bottom. But instead of both of those, we're gonna be a little extra mindful of the form, because the human body is full of different movements and shapes. Tiny little gradations in value and structure. And these shadows falling down from the head onto the chest move with the body and the form, and they really show the curvature of the body. More so than if you were to draw the anatomy itself specifically. Falling down through the bottom of the chest, there's still not a lot of light. Most of this is midtones, neutral points where it's not a whole lot of core shadow, it's not a whole lot of highlights. It's just neutral. And that can be a challenge because you gotta find balance to get to it. And finding balance is easier said than done sometimes. So we're going to define this cheekbone. Coming out from the top of the mustache. And kind of hiding in the shadows a little bit. And then becoming visible by the forehead. back down. We're going to continue the development of the chest. As you cannot get ahead of yourself. The face is where you're drawn to put all your effort into, but you gotta put some time into the places that don't really matter as well. Especially you have to put time into these places. Because these will often make or break what you're working on. Okay. We're going to move into the beard, and we're going to quickly develop the shadows on the rest of this portrait. As I am running out of time, we're going to move towards completing this drawing. Well, we're not moving towards completing the drawing. We're moving towards a different pencil. I'm gonna spend as much time as needed on this. But in service of the next work of art I create, I will always enforce some kind of time limit or end to a piece whenever I decide that may be. Sometimes it comes sooner than others, and other times I am so insecure about the work I create that I just keep working on it until it's nothing other than perfect. And oftentimes that keeps me up late at night. I'll be working all night long. Night hours are just better anyway. There's nobody up to bother you. Nobody calling your phone. It's all around a relaxing place. All of this here sitting in shadow, so highlights aren't even gonna touch it. We're just gonna send it back. Okay, let's go back down, and we're gonna put some more focus in right below the beard, and then we're gonna start detailing this area right in here, paying mind to the marks we've made before. We're gonna develop the core shadow that is right under the chin, the shadow that's gonna give the whole head some weight, some mass. So we're just detailing, we're just using all of the skills that we have used up until this point, and we're doing the same thing essentially we did in the first step, which is refine the basic shape and outline of a thing. So we're going through the hair, going through this beard, and we're making little shapes. It may seem complicated because there's hair and it's a big clump of detail, and there's all this movement and lines and all this different shading, but you break things down, you look for little diamonds or circles or curly cues, and you look at those things in relation to other things, and you try to draw them to their according size. And once you get all the way to this point, it really begins to become natural. It feels like you almost don't even need to think about it. Because you've been doing it this entire time. And this is my only argument against tracing, is you don't really get this hand-eye coordination, this technical ability of drawing, if you do just copy an image from screen to paper like a photograph. And you really have to rely on your senses to build all of these little shapes, to define the form, to see if something is right or wrong. You're not relying on a computer screen or any kind of screen to tell you, because when you are tracing, you're more liable to like make some mistakes because you traced it. It's already done right. You don't need to refine it. You don't need to fix mistakes you've made. And you lean into that and you go for it anyway, and you find that you've made some mistakes in the tracing, and you rely on your trace for the completed drawing, but you can fuck that up too. And if you don't know how to draw, you're dead in the water. That's why it's worth it, just to build up this ability, even though it may seem pointless as you're working through a drawing. Like, why am I doing this? Like, what is this possibly helping? But you know, it is a foundational skill for just about anything you want to do. Like, you want to go design clothing, you want to do fashion, like you gotta draw it. You gotta draw the image in your head on paper before you can make it. Like, you're not gonna make something if you can't bring it into reality. Like, you gotta have the medium to take something, an image from your mind, an idea from your consciousness, a visualization, if you will, to reality. Once you know how to do that, you're turning lead into gold. They'll crucify you if they find out you're doing that. And I am continuing to work through, build out small shapes, small flows in these curls of hair. Each one has its own direction and speed and gradient. And all it takes to do it is one step at a time. You can't focus on anything else other than the task at hand, other than the current line you are drawing, the current marks you are making on the paper. You gotta just only think about one thing at a time. and treat it so there is nothing else in the world. Don't think about time limits, how much time you've been working, when you're gonna finish. It's all distractions. Think about, focus all of your attention directly onto the tip of your pencil and where it is touching on the piece of paper as you move it. And over here on this side, we can see that pretty much all of this falls into shadow. So we don't have to worry too much about highlights, and anything that is highlighted, we can come back through and we can erase anything if needed. But all of this, excluding a tiny little patch on this mustache, is in shade. And the reflections coming up from the bottom of this white onto the beard, we can leave these as they are for now, because we can come back through with a darker pencil, darken our shading, our gradient, and then this will appear as reflected light because it's semi-light. It's not fully shaded yet. And we're working through the swirly flow of the mustache down into the beard. As it blends into the mustache. That is actually in highlights, so we're gonna add shadow below it. We're gonna send it back. As the mouth is open, it's a black abyss of shadow. And a lot of this mustache hangs into shadow as well. I'm gonna blend a lot of this out. And you can really use any size brush as you please for this. I'm just using a small one because it's all I really have for this purpose. Typically only have dedicated this brush to this task. I think I stole it from my sister at some point. And what this is gonna do is just soften up some of the marks I've made, some of the shades I've laid down. It's gonna take the textured pencil marks, as you can see under this statue next to the blended brushed out graphite. You can see how smooth it is versus when it's just been laid down. It's nice and soft. And I'm not really too worried about going over some of these edges, as I can clean that up later. That's why having a ruler around is helpful. As I seem to have lost my tape, you usually could just tape areas like that off, but especially when you're working with a drawing like this, it makes working around those lines a lot quicker if you have it taped off. And as you can see, it becomes a lot easier to look at as it goes softer. The texture can be a bit harsh. And like I've talked about since the beginning of this live stream, these shadows, everything just blends together. So the softness is a huge benefit. Especially in areas where you don't want attention to go. You can just erase any mistakes or mishaps that may have been made. And it doesn't change your drawing so much so that, like if I were to brush this white like I'm brushing the graphite, the charcoal would just wipe off the paper. It's because of how soft it is. That's why you have to set these drawings with a fixative once you're finished with them, or else they're easily ruined or changed by a passing smudge or whatever may happen. In the future, I am definitely keeping a time limit on these live streams, as I will be doing them consistently, maybe even daily. So I think maybe an hour is a good a good goal to shoot for, as it keeps these watchable, keeps the viewer here. It keeps me excited to do these. I think the only thing that may suffer occasionally is the art, but not everything needs to be a refined masterwork study such as this one. I just enjoy doing these, and I don't mind spending a whole 8 hours working on them often either, to my own downfall. I do this for enjoyment, so this is really just a labor of love. I don't think I can have it any other way. If I didn't enjoy doing it, I wouldn't spend all this time blending and laying things in so methodically. But I have found that the art you create really can last forever. And it's so much more than just some graphite on paper. Even when you are just doing a study or whatever, it's transcending the medium and even what you're drawing. It will go on and live a life of its own. Especially if it's good. Create a good work of art, it's gonna be around a long time. Moving in to hour 4. I really said I was only going to spend 4 hours on this. I think we're looking at fucking 8 with the pace we're going here. It's okay. It's worth it. That's what you got to keep telling yourself. It's worth it. Every step of the way, every step of the process, the journey is the way. Don't let anybody tell you different. This process is enlightenment. This is the way. This is the fucking journey to everything you've ever wanted in life. And you can apply it to anything. That's the thing. Like, it's not just drawing. This drawing makes me a better painter. When I paint, painting is making me a better drawer. When I'm trying to sculpt something, when I'm learning a new skill, or when I'm learning how to tattoo, when I'm learning anything new, it all translates. It all connects to each other. And that's why when you skip out, when you don't do something to its highest degree, its highest potential, you cheat yourself out of the outcome that you could have had if you would have just taken it all the way. That's why you can't get impatient. You just gotta accept it and use your time as a sacrifice to get to your desired outcome. Because that's what it is. If you want something, you gotta sacrifice to get it. The more you want, the more you gotta sacrifice. And I want a luscious beard, so I'm gonna sacrifice. I'm gonna get it. Okay. I gotta continue where I left off. Moving through this beard, because if you move too far forward, you lose your place. And I had very specific things that I was developing inside of this beard that if I were to just abandon, they would never get developed. Like this little undershadow on the bottom of the lip. Bottom half of the lip is just in shadow, as well as pretty much half of the top. So this is going to define the core shadow, which will lead into the mouth, which will articulate that his mouth is open and that there's a beard above his mouth with a highlight and a shadow on that. So we gotta make sure that's all coherent. And clear to the eye. Now we're gonna work in this core shadow right under the nose onto the mustache. And this essentially makes this whole top part of this mustache disappear into this core shadow on the dark side of the face. And we're gonna leave a little tiny triangle for the far side of his nose, just to imply that that is hiding back there. Then back up into the face. There's an even darker core shadow pointing down from his eye onto the cheekbone. And this is just gonna blend. This just goes into darkness. And you don't even see nothing back there. You just see shadow, some soft shapes, and not much else. You don't even really see his eye back there. But we're gonna draw in where your, oh god, where is it? What is that called? It's like the top ring of your skull. It goes around your eye. Creates a nice border around your eye. And on the inside of it, there's this dark shadow that essentially just hides everything in sight. So we don't even have to worry about it. Just go dark. Now, I think I may have went a little deep with the shadow on the nose, and I need to work in this bottom plane that is not full core shadow. It's just a flat plane on the bottom of his nose. That implies that his nose has multiple surfaces. I guess it could be considered a core shadow. Now moving back into the mustache. We're gonna make sure these curls are coherent and they do not overextend. Everything on the outline of this beautiful flowing mustache is dark. And that transfers onto the skin of his face and creates a line of shadow going up into the corner of his nose. And this points right directly into the pyramid that we drew coming down off of his eye socket. This just helps us indicate that that is in the correct place. And if that was off, I would need to change it. So you're still looking at these landmarks, you're still changing things, you're still working through details. You're still sketching. Just because you're shading, it doesn't mean you're not double checking your work. Those mistakes, if you just leave them, it sucks. It sucks, and then you wish you wouldn't have done it later. You wish you would have just taken as far as you could have. And as you can see, I have drawn practically no details inside this eye socket except for some basic shapes. Nothing crazy. I mean, anyone could do it. But my point is, you don't need to overwork yourself with detail. You just need to imply that there's something there. You need to imply that there is an eyeball behind this shadow. If that makes sense. Now, I think I'm getting it too far ahead of myself. I don't want to continue going up. I want to go sideways and then up into the hair and work through the hair before I really fine tune the face, because the face is the most finicky. It requires the most focus, attention. And I want to do that last because I want to save that part as a reward for spending all this time on this drawing. So you save things for later, you pick and choose carefully exactly what you want to focus on, and then save everything else for later. And then when you're ready to do something, you're ready to do it. You're not working on 10 different things at once. You can work on a whole drawing all at once. You can. In fact, people recommend it. But if you're trying to do everything at one time, especially in a portrait, things are liable to go wrong. When you're doing too many things at once, or you're focusing on things maybe that could have waited, or maybe didn't need to be done at all. You're spinning your tires. You're working towards nothing. But that's why you go slow. Take it patiently. Expect nothing. And don't quit. Because inevitably, you'll find yourself a quarter way into a 100-hour drawing and you'll be like, why am I here? And you'll want to quit, you'll want to give up. But you just gotta stick with it. So if you give up, you never get to that outcome. You never get to where you want to be, and you're always just wishing, you're always hoping. And that's not what you want to do. Right now, I'm going through just like the beard, but I am keeping in mind that all of my shadows are inherently separate from the light source. And I do not want my shadows to mix with the highlights. I don't want them to be... I don't want my shadows in the highlights. I don't want my highlights in the shadows. So you just want to separate those two, put a neutral tone in between. And the more careful you are in taking that approach, the more you can begin to bring a sculpture into 3D on your paper. It is the whole yin and yang philosophy. Because once we come over this, once we go over this with white charcoal, once we go over this with white charcoal, it is not gonna blend with the graphite. So we either have to erase the graphite in our highlighted areas, or we have to we have to ignore it and just accept that there's dark spots where there should be highlights, which is gonna throw things off. Smidgen. And we are always looking to avoid things that will be askew, or things that will throw off our final goal or outcome. I'm trying to pull an eraser out of a pencil. So I can work through some of these mistakes that I have made. And some of these mistakes I have made are not always reachable by my big ass pencil eraser. So the last real challenge of this drawing is the hair. That's what I'm mainly focused on right now, because if I can get that right to a high degree, the rest will fall into place. When it is time. And as you can imagine, I only went over this hair once, just about once. So, it is not necessarily in place like it should be. So I have to just spend the extra time to fill it out accordingly. But things will always fall into place. The more you work on them, the more time you allow towards the solution of a problem, the quicker you will see it resolved. Even now, this far into detailing and into knowing where I am at inside this hair, it's still easy to get lost in some of these shapes. So don't be hard on yourself if you find yourself looking at the reference photo and looking at the drawing and not understanding where you are fully. What's up? This is Homer. He is hungry. Say what's up, Homer. He's impartial. Now, I am laying a shadow in right under the hair. I'm sure you know what this does by now. You must. And then from this shadow, this extends up into the hair. Blending together, so you do not see the line in between the hair and the skin and the shadow. And I'm continuing to be mindful of where the light hits, how the light falls on these curls are all important elements when laying these highlights in the next phase. And the little neutral lines and strands of hair that pass through shadow and into highlight are okay to leave, because those give the hairs some curvature, some form, shows the direction it's flowing in, and it's good that it'll show through the highlight because we want that there regardless. Let's see if I missed anything. I don't know. All I know is I want the background to be darker. So we're gonna grab a 2B and we're gonna go over the background and we're gonna be more mindful of our edges because we want those bitches to be sharp, and then we're gonna go over the highlights, all of the highlights within this piece with an eraser to bring them out before we add the white charcoal. But I am going to slowly and methodically make sure this background is evenly, smoothly, and aesthetically filled in. To the best of my ability. Should we get some ASMR before we hit hour 5? Okay, here we go. Wait a second. Okay, here we go. Are you guys ready? Welcome to the ASMR hour with Vinci. We're here and we're queer. Okay, seriously though. It's a good thing nobody's watching these fucking live streams right now, because I have the ability to make all the fucking mistakes in the world, and it has no meaning, or it matters zero. And then one day, one of these is gonna pop off, and I'm gonna get like 10,000 viewers, and I will have already made all my mistakes, and everything will be perfect. You already know. Okay, we're turning on the music again, 'cause it's getting a little too quiet in here for my liking. Okay. Now, while I'm doing this, I put my focus towards doing just little circles or even just lines back and forth to fill in areas that have not been filled in. And you can tell an area that has not been filled in because there's a little light spot where you can even change the angle of your pencil and it's going to hit the paper differently, and it's going to fill in an area that's showing as a little lighter. And you can go back and blend all this, but you can see those original armature lines I drew showing through. And if I would have made any other marks and drawn over it like this, it would have shown through. Now you can really dig in and get into your paper and fill all those in, but it takes a long time, especially if you want it to look good. Now we have our to-be background laid in nicely, might I add. I'm gonna brush it out, and after I brush it out, I'm gonna move on to the highlights. Or prepping for the highlights anyway. I'm gonna blend everything out. I'm gonna blend all of this, face, you know, whatever needs to be blended, I'll blend. Don't test me, I'll blend everything. I'll blend the shadows, I'll blend the highlights. I'm just kidding, I won't blend those, but you know what I mean. That's my cat saying, "Feed me." Okay, another important step that you should always consider when you're working is stepping away from your work of art. Look at something else for a while, you know? Like, it's been 5 hours I've been doing this. And I am gonna step away. I'm gonna go feed my cats, and we're gonna push to finish this drawing, and everything will be good. So, we will take a short break. Go check out my website in the meantime. Maybe go buy some art. There's prints, there's merch, there's custom paintings. You want a custom painting? You want a custom drawing? I'll draw your face. I don't care. I'll draw anything. Be right back. just joining in, my name is Vinci. We're drawing. Finishing up. This is the final stretch. This is it. Got some highlights to work on. Got some other fun things to do. And we might as well get into it. Those breaks, even though they are short, they go, such a long way for your mind. Because honestly, after working for a while, you get into this mode like, we gotta finish it, we gotta get somewhere, we gotta get to our destination. But that is a false reality. Because even if you finish, it's not the destination. It's not where you're looking to be. Especially if it's not a great work of art. Plus, there's so much more detailing that needs to be done. Smoothing, adjustments. We got the integrity built. We got the foundation. Now, gotta add all the light switches, the drywall, ventilation. Man, we're just building houses over here. This is really where it starts to get fun, though. I guess that's why you always strive to get to this point. It's like when Bob Ross mirrors his water in his paintings. Just the brush stroke makes all the difference in the world. I need to move into the face and add some light shadows. You can even hit a 9. Just go to the lightest pencil I have. taking a look at things through another angle, such as a camera, a mirror, or just looking away and coming back to it, looking at it with a fresh eye. All of these things are steps you can take to find the adjustments you need. So when you've been looking for a long time and it's the only thing you've been looking at, your eyes get used to it. So if there is something wrong, you kind of blind to it a little. So you're just staring. So I always catch myself looking through the camera when I'm like working because it's helpful. Trying to focus on the quality of some of these shadows and then the anatomy underlying the moving elements of this piece and how they come together. Bernini was an architect who was famous for using natural lighting in a lot of his designs and buildings, chapels and stuff, as well as like the lighting in his paintings. I think that's why I liked this reference photo when I originally saw it. It's just the lighting is so perfect on it. Statues, just the light just falls on it perfectly. That's what I meant to say. Focus of using an eraser when you're doing this is just you are the light source. The purpose of using 9H right now is I'm finding spaces between light and shadow to highlight, not highlight, but to neutralize. Because this pencil is so soft, hard, I mean, H is hardness. It's perfect for laying these nice neutral tones. That aren't quite highlights. Let's see. Maybe get a few more marks in with this eraser, and then I'm going to move to the white. Before then, there are some areas with reflected light. Not that quite bright. Softer. But thinking of it, I never hit his face. Too dark of a pencil, so I'm gonna head to 2 on these shadows. Oh shit, my music's been so loud. Wow. Accident. not even a good song either. It's blocking my voice for the whole time. We're just continuing to build and build our way up to the white. We will get there. Just have to get these shadows right. Especially in the hair. It is slightly off. Might as well do more black. I've already come this far. We will jump to a 4B. And we're gonna move through these shadows until I get the desired effect. continuing. I'm just drawing and redrawing. You've seen me do it once and twice and again. But this is a journey of discovery. And sometimes you gotta discover the same thing a lot of times before you can truly actually discover it. There's no real fast way around it. This is the slow way. Wish you guys could have saw that. Couldn't have clicked it fast enough. Now we're just taking it all back. Deeper and darker. Just refining this outline, making sure this background stays smooth. I always need a sharp pencil. Can never not have a sharp pencil. I want to leave this background pretty plain. But I do want to do one thing. We're going to get a 6B. We're going to fill this in right here. One of the little armature triangles. Okay, that's enough of 6B, but I'm not quite done with the shadows yet. I know. You gotta wait for the white. I think shadows and highlights for sure. These guys probably don't deserve a shout out, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Even though they haven't paid me, but Blackwing, if you hear this, send me my check. These are one of the best pencils you can use. And this is the medium softness one. There's a super soft and then a white one that's harder. They're all really good. You can make drawings with them really quickly. Right now, I'm not really concentrated on anything in particular other than finding discrepancies between my drawing and my reference. So any issues that are missing or any details that are off, I am looking to correct in this stage. And any of these highlights in the hair that are just not correct. I don't know. Didn't spend enough time drawing them, so I have to draw them now with an eraser. Mostly good playlist, T-Pain. Couple skips, you know, but it's good. I like it. You know, I don't use anything else. Chest area doesn't have the contrast I'm looking for yet. I want it to be a little darker. More defined. Okay, it's time. We're doing the white. I don't know. I don't know why every time I do this, I have like just a tiny little chunk left. But whatever works. I've always cringed, hated, like deeply like despised the feel of charcoal going on paper for some reason. I don't know why. I have like a, what is it called? It's like a texture issue. I don't know. I just can't stand how it feels when you put it on paper. But it just looks so good that I just have to cringe through it. You can put this stuff on really fast, but sometimes it's better to go with the movement of each strand than to just brush over the whole thing. It keeps the movement, the flow. I don't even think I want to blend that. We are at 6 hours. Chillin'. I think that's it. I think I don't even want to touch it again. I want to thank you guys for watching. If you are still here, that means you're a real one, and I appreciate you. Don't forget to like the video, share it on the internet, subscribe. This one was a lot of fun. Let's get an up close look at it. It's kind of messy, it's kind of janky. I like it. I appreciate you. You're still here. Why are you still here? Go to my website, go buy some art, go commission a painting. I'm broke, so like if you want to keep seeing this shit, fucking buy some art, help support me. Go like, subscribe. I love you. Or merch. I have prints too. Whatever you want. I got like everything. I'm an entrepreneur, not just an artist. Peace.